Here we go.
Got everything?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Here, honey. An offering for the king.
See you later, Mom.
Listen to your teacher, okay? And, give the king my best.
Dance with an angel, Mom.
Yeah. Maybe we'll tango today instead of waltz. That's our way of saying goodbye. My husband is an Air Force pilot and refers to fighter planes as angels. When he'd go on a mission that kept him away from home, I'd tell him in frustration to go dance with his angels. Matilda grew up hearing this, and now she uses it all the time. There's a nice view of the King's Bridge from our house. That iron giant is the pride of Gracemeria, our capital city. In the old quarter of the city beyond the bridge, you can make out an ancient castle, which is even more famous than the bridge. My daughter Matilda is going there on a field trip today. In the throne room rests the Golden King. He's been smiling for a good 600 years now. The king was a gentle person who was a bit on the small side, but he crafted a giant suit of armor that convinced his enemies to surrender without a single fight. Afterwards, they found such warmth in his smile that they bowed down to him in humility. Anyway, that's how the story goes. His smiling face still touches the hearts of our people. The very face my daughter and the others got on a bus to see this morning.
That was a brand new day.
The song on the radio seems to be a perfect match for the sunny weather.
Radio's taking all of your favorite requests.
I have no idea what's happening. That awful sound and the shaking. Was that a blast of wind from an explosion? The castle disappeared behind a pillar of flame.
Attention all pilots. Our capital city, Gracemeria, is under attack by unknown aircraft. Damage from the attacks is widespread throughout the city. All planes scramble and intercept all threats immediately.
Garuda team, time to take off.
They took out King's Bridge! Who's attacking? What the hell is going on? Control, get those planes up fast! Roger that. Preparing for takeoff. I want a damage assessment now! We've taken extensive damage from those bombers, including a number of civilian casualties! What's going on with the bombers? We can't hold out much longer. What? The orders from above! Bolter, taking off! Garuda 1, you are cleared for takeoff. Don't get overeager. Just do what you always do. Garuda 1 liftoff. Cerberus team runway clearance granted. Takeoff when ready. All aircraft under airborne command's jurisdiction following takeoff. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Airborne warning and control system ghost eye to all scrambling defense craft. The situation has not yet been ascertained. We must implement an emergency reformation. Follow your individual instructions. Garuda 1, you do not have a wingman. Let's see. Shamrock. Shamrock, are you alone too? Very well. As of now, you're Garuda 2.
Okay. So I'm Garuda 2. Garuda 1, I've got your back. No time for introductions now, though. Go ahead and I'll follow your lead. Never was good with directions anyhow.
Garuda Team, you are authorized to engage any hostile aircraft above Gracemeria.
Roger that. May the Golden King smile upon us.
Einstein, Garuda 1, Talisman, and Garuda 2, Shamrock. We are currently in a state of emergency. Our nation is under attack by unknown forces. Do whatever you can to fend off the invasion.
Garuda 2, roger that. Garuda 1, you call the shots.
This is Commander Whitlock of the 15th Squadron. The enemy is expanding its field of attack. Stay alert.
Garuda 1, there's too many of them. Use your SP weapon.
All ships to terminate enemy forces over the bay. Get those anti-air guns ready for battle.
Focus all anti-aircraft fire on those bombers. Don't let them get any closer.
We interrupt this program for an emergency news report. Gracemeria is currently under attack by unidentified aircraft. The damage apparently extends throughout the entire capital.
We've got an idea on the invaders. We're engaged with the Estovakian military.
The Estovakians? Their economy's been in shambles for years. Looks like they finally snapped.
The Estovakian threat level has been reduced. You should be able to hold out against them.
Garuda 1, we've almost got them. Let's do this one plane at a time.
Our runway's being bombed to hell! It's totally useless now! Looks like the Stones are running out of steam. Had enough, boys? Right behind you. Enemy tanks have made it to the ground and they're coming at us. Prepare to engage. The enemy's selfish bastards think they can barge into someone's house without even calling first.
Unbelievable. I say we teach them a few manners before we kick them out.
Yeah, right, once more. The bridge! The bridge is down!
That's what I like to hear. Our Air Force is holding down the enemy. Keep it up.
Stand your ground!
The Estovakian threat level is even lower now. Drive them out of Ameria.
Calm down.
Saigon to Strigan team. We are prepared to launch. Strigan leader to Agayan. We will commence mission operations once your delivery is complete. Attention all aircraft. We are ready for Nimbus launch. Begin the countdown. Booster ignition complete. Launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire! Engage the enemy at will following Nimbus impact. Finish them off.
What's this? Missiles!
Number 3, your radio's down. Number 3, where are you? Somebody cruise missiles just fenced in midair. Half our planes have been wiped off the radar.
What the hell was that? Where are they coming from?
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Those are no ordinary cruise missiles. Evade like hell if you want out of this alive.
Damn it! What about our city?
city. What about Gracemeria?
So, it's come to this. Hey, I'm on your side. Isn't your IFF working?
Warning, additional enemy planes have been spotted on radar. You don't want to know how many.
This is Strigan 12. Target acquired. Working to engage. Calling all civilian planes. Gracemeria shall be ours for the taking. Roger.
What the hell was that? A large-scale explosion has apparently occurred in midair. No further details as yet. I repeat.
Which direction the missiles coming from? Right or left?
This is Ghost Eye to all planes. Air Defense Command has ordered an evacuation. You've been ordered to give up Gracemeria. Break away from this airspace and head west.
Are you out of your mind? We can't comply with that order.
We are militarily at a huge disadvantage. Comply with the order and head west.
Sabotage, we're not going anywhere.
Listen! It's only temporary. The plan is to withdraw, meet up with all remaining forces from each area, then regroup for a counterattack. We can't afford to lose you. Follow the order.
This is Garuda 2 to Garuda 1. We really should get out of here.
Garuda team, you're about to exit the combat zone. Maintain your course west to leave the airspace. Garuda team, you've made it out of the combat zone. Head for the rendezvous point.
I promise we'll be back for you. Just a little longer. I promise.
Our military has escaped destruction because of your valiant efforts on the battlefield. But our capital, Gracemeria, has been temporarily occupied by Estavakian forces, and our central government has been usurped by them as well. The nation of Estavakia had declared war with our country as it simultaneously launched a surprise attack on Gracemeria. In response, the Republic of Emeria's Political Council unanimously adopted a resolution of open war against the Federal Republic of Estavakia. Our forces remaining on the Emerian mainland are still fighting in desperation to protect our country. Once our intelligence has been sorted and confirmed, the Republic of Emeria's armed forces must immediately regroup and counterattack against the Federal Republic of Estavakia. The beautiful country of Emeria belongs to us, and only us, the Emerian people.
Fire and smoke rises from the city before me. Oh no. No! Matilda! I vaguely hear a scream of terror that sounds much like my own voice from afar. I feel as though the Golden King's gentle smile is moving farther away from me. Every now and then, I tell daughter the story of the night some years ago. A night when the sky was radiant with shooting stars. That night, your father and I made countless wishes together. An asteroid called Ulysses came into Earth's orbit and disintegrated into millions of pieces, which poured down on the land below. As we watched the shooting stars that night, fragments from the asteroid rained down on our eastern neighbor, Estavakia, damaging a great deal of their infrastructure and devastating their economy. Soon after, the news reported that their nation had fallen into a civil war, one that would last for years. Eventually, the internal strife was brought to an end when the generals came into power. In the midst of hardship, the citizens of Slovakia were convinced that the only way they could recover as a nation was to rely on a military government led by these generals. Before long, they went so far as to invade our nation, the Republic of Ameria. Our military was forced to retreat to Kesid, an island far to the west. My husband, a fighter pilot, also hasn't come home since. I walk on. I am undo as ever since we came to the twisted remains of my daughter's school bus, my soul has left me. I am empty. Some of our tanks are parked at the approach to the bridge.
There's a train still running on the other side of the river. She goes all the way out to the edge of the border. We've got to blast this bridge before the enemy gets a hold of it. So move it or lose it, people!
Here I see the wreckage of a jet that was shot down. On what's left of the nose, I can make out some writing. Melissa. It's my name. What a cruel twist of fate for me to see this. My pilot husband, who had left for work that day with the same loving look on his face as always. He had painted my name on his angel. I go into the crowd on the train and endure 2 weeks of pure hell before refugee camp. I don't know any of the names on the list. My compatriots, who have now become refugees, gather around a single radio to listen to the broadcast. Even though the station is broadcasting out of Gracemeria, occupying forces have taken complete control of the airwaves. The enemy must have completely overtaken our capital, Gracemeria.
And although newer parts of the city have suffered considerable damage, the castle and a significant section of the old quarter have escaped relatively unscathed.
The castle's okay.
However,
Thank God.
the announcer went on to say that our castle was robbed of countless antiquities that once were elaborately displayed in our castle. Stripped bare.
As the Slovakian military, it is our sworn duty to govern this crumbling nation and get it back on its feet, starting right here in Gracemeria. I found a group of street children in front of the central station here, where the area has literally been reduced to a slum. Step on up here, little girl. What do you have to say about all this?
Go dance with the angels, mister.
My ears were not deceiving me. That voice belonged to my daughter, Matilda.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Wojciech of the Slovakian Air Force. I arrived on a train to Gracemeria. To my detriment, I sustained a leg injury in the early stages of the war, relegating me to ground duty. I am now working as an intelligence officer for the Air Force. The ceiling has collapsed in the central station. From there, The city appears resigned to its fate beneath the Estovakian flag. What a pitiful sight. But at least there are no craters to mar the land. They are lucky in that sense. There goes my spare clothing. They will not be so lucky with these documents. What a miserable city this must be, with their children in such a state. The fine works of art once displayed in this castle were completely gone before the occupation forces arrived. Even the ancient armor of the Golden King, the collective heart and soul of the city's people, along with the crown, have disappeared without a trace. I must relay this unfortunate information back to the generals in my country. They were quite fond of those antiquities.
A large-scale formation of Estovakian bombers is heading toward Vitoze, a city here on the island of Kesid. The enemy's plotting to storm Campania Airport, where our military is stationed, to stamp us out and put an end to this thing. Enemy bombers are approaching Vitoze from the north. Our advance team estimates they'll be above the city in about 15 minutes. Air units are to cooperate with our radar facilities and resume operations. An enemy takeover of Vitoze would mean the ultimate destruction of our country, America, and of our American people. Intercept them at once.
Garuda, what about my weapon? Are we ready? Garuda team, time to take off.
Garuda 1, you are cleared for takeoff.
Those bombers have passed through the mountains and are still on course for Vitoze.
They're here.
Head back to the base if you need supplies. You can land there at any time.
Takeoff complete. Good luck up there.
Garuda team, a formation of enemy bombers is on its way to Vitoze. Take them out.
Fight is fight. We're our only hope.
This territory is all we've got left. Garuda team, it's in your hands. We've got to intercept those bombers. Stay within range of the radar facility. That should give you the upper hand in battle.
Where are the enemy bombers?
Enemy kill confirmed.
Fox 2.
More enemy bombers detected on radar. It looks like another formation.
All planes head back to base once you're out of bombs. Initiate bombing sequence.
American Continental Forces have succumbed to the might of our army and rise with
This is the enemy's propaganda broadcast.
More planes are showing up on radar. It's another bomber formation. Intercept.
Our merciful government and their benevolence has taken it upon themselves to restore order to your former capital, Gracemeria. And yet you seem intent on wasting away your final years, playing simple draw games.
Damn it! What a bunch of lies!
More enemy bombers incoming. There's quite a few this time.
Leave this to me. I'll smoke the rest of them. Make sure the bomber squadron can do its job.
Fourth enemy bomber confirmed down. Keep up the good work.
Fifth enemy bombers are on its way down. This rail will get them all. How many do we have left? And stay in formation.
Bombers are still incoming. Stay sharp.
I'm gonna shake it off somehow. Heading 080, distant 30, Slovakian aircraft, 3 of them. Incoming missile confirmed.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
We'll do what we can to help when within radar range of us.
I've got a lock.
John Quick, enemy at 12 o'clock. Focus on the bombers.
Box 2.
Fox 2.
Missile evaded.
Damn, he evaded my missile.
Almost in effective range.
I'm not gonna make it. Watch out, I'm gonna break hard. Damn it, they fired a missile at me.
I missed. Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
I'll take care of this one.
This one's mine.
Fox 2.
Bring power to the original radar site. I don't care. It's all over until they fall.
Enemy bombers are approaching the city. Intercept. Take out those bombers first and foremost. Don't worry about the escorts. Missile was evaded.
Garuda 1 bagged an enemy.
Second enemy bomber is down. Was that the last of them? That makes number 7.
Enemy dead ahead. I bagged one.
Warning, incoming missile.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
Take one's been lost. All planes back now. All enemy bombers have been eliminated. We somehow plucked every last one of them.
Enemy bomber formation is confirmed down. I have to say you handled things well.
Whooping all that praise on us has got me a little too red in the face to go back home.
Roger that, Avalanche. I'll just report you as gunned down and missing in action.
That's pretty harsh, Ghost Eye.
All planes, it's time to get on home now. Try and make it back for supper.
The aims have been intercepted. Enemy aircraft around the Kesed perimeter have been significantly weakened. Our forces have taken advantage of this opportunity to arrange a swift counterattack. We expect the best from you.
My Doria, somewhere. It took me days to get here. days of walking. But I know this road ends somewhere up ahead. There were no need to think about how to cross the river. Didn't that soldier on the tank say they were going to destroy this bridge before the enemy came? I start to feel as if things never go as they are said to.
You've been ordered for the mission. The interception op was a success. Enemy on Kesed had Graceimeria's military has full advantage time opportunity to initiate a counterattack operation with all enemy forces have established a wide-scale defensive line around the field, consisting largely of tank battalions. Our ground forces are set up to cross the river and penetrate it, eventually regain control of Kesed. Ruda team, we are advancing all enemy forces. Will be simultaneously carrying out variations above each operation area and provide support as this must be the first time you've ever participated in a mission of this scale. The simulator is a good way to get some practical experience under your belt. Godspeed.
Garuda 1, are we ready? Garuda team, time to take off.
All forces, we're about to engage enemy units on the other side of the river from multiple angles.
This is Warlock Battalion. We'll be keeping the central unit eyed.
Onyx Battalion here. We're set up to hit all enemy units on the east side. West side covered.
Garuda team, provide cover for our troops on the ground and eliminate all Estovakian ground forces. Choose any area you want to cover. Cross the return line if you need supplies. It's at the south end of the airspace.
Hey, wait, more great confidence boost, huh? Garuda 1.
Two gunners has the enemy across the river. Requesting support. Did you know that 90% of our operational forces are on the bed? I love it. It's the bet of a lifetime. The facility was destroyed.
Use the operation eye gets too heavy. Your radar display for each option.
All time to round this up.
request Allied support.
Don't get overzealous. Our tanks can deal with the ground. Anti-aircraft gunners, keep those fighters out of range. The enemy's trying to weasel its way out. Ain't gonna happen on my watch. Up with the main unit.
Just cross over the safety line and head back to base if you need supplies.
Anti-aircraft artillery destroyed.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Enemy at 6 o'clock. Enemy facility was destroyed. Garuda 1, ESM is active. Fired.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
Half of the remaining enemy forces are down.
We're halfway there.
I want the tank battalion to keep up its delaying tactics. The transport battalion withdraws first.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
There aren't many stovies left out here. All planes, we're almost done. Don't get shot. Please respond. Anyone! HQ! HQ! Damn it! I didn't think there had any fight left.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
Talisman is locked off. This area has been cleared of enemy forces. Mission complete. Get back to base.
Looks like I won the bet.
That's one step closer to Gracemeria. Garuda 1, I've got a hunch we'll be going home a lot sooner with you on board. I'm counting on you, Talisman.
Thanks. We have completed this mission successfully. Emirian forces were able to extend to the center of Kesid, expanding their power in the region. Estovakian forces were driven off the front line and have retreated to Bartolomeo Fortress, which is located in the center of the island. This mission should have given them a good taste of what our forces are capable of. Soon, we'll be able to drive all Estovakian forces out of Kesid.
So this guy's up next, huh? Hope he's happy with my name, rank, number, and birthday. 'Cause that's all he's gonna get out of me. He's all skin and bones, with eyes like a hawk. But that badge, and the cane. Old Hawkeye's here must have broken his wings in combat. Hey, look at me. I'm no different. The sky I took for granted now seems so far away. Now that my little adventure here with Hawkeyes is over, all that awaits me is a prison cell.
These prisoners have lost their will to fight. The American military administration is broken. They have nobody in power to provide the support they need. It's only a matter of time before they collapse.
The final remnant of Estovakian forces on this island is concentrated on Mount Marcello in northern Kesid. The enemy is mainly distributed throughout this mountainous area, with Bartolomeo Fortress as its center of operations. Providing a variety of high-level defensive measures and offensive might, this fortress also boasts strong anti-air capabilities. Our ground unit in this mission is to split into two groups, to the east and west, along with an air unit mainly providing ESM, which gives us 3 units in total. Garuda Team, we need you to cover each of these units in whichever order you feel is necessary. The situation will change depending on which turn a particular battle takes. You'll need to keep close tabs on the combat situation of each unit to successfully complete this mission. Our forces on the mainland are scattered and desperate, doing all they can to protect our nation. We need you to help guarantee their success on this mission. And success on this mission is measured by how much support you can provide them with.
Talisman, how about are we ready? Garuda Team, time to take off.
This is Ghost Eye to all planes. Initiate invasion of Bartolomeo Fortress.
This is Warlock. We've got the west route to the fortress. Clark's battalion here. We'll advance from the east. This is Snake Pit. Electronic support plane. Moving to support ground forces.
Garuda Team, I need you to provide backup for each battalion. Begin operation.
Electronic support plane. I'm approaching the mission objective point.
Garuda Team, give Snake Pit some cover. Use the Operation ID device when the battle gets too heavy. Your radar display can be toggled for each operation. Warlock Battalion is heading for the first checkpoint at a steady pace.
A missile! Look out!
Enemy electronic support aircraft sighted. Roger. Proceeding as planned. I'm taking fire. Number 3 is down.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
I'm taking enemy fire from that 3. To engage.
Warlock Battalion is approaching the first checkpoint now.
Circle to protect Snake Pit. Fox 2.
We have radar lock on. Warlock Battalion has arrived at the first checkpoint.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Enemy kill confirmed.
Open fire! Enemy to the ground! My wing is full of holes. Commander, requesting permission to retreat.
Watch out! They've got a lock on you from the ground!
Incoming missile confirmed.
Keep providing cover for Snake Pit. Connecting ESM for Garuda 1.
I got a missile coming at me! Captain, I've got a fuel leak. Disengaging.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you! A missile! Talisman, take evasive action!
Warlock Battalion is fire! Ejecting. Need to provide cover. Don't bunch up. We need to stay spread out. Enemy facility was destroyed. Missed.
Quox Battalion has arrived at the first checkpoint.
Enemy chopper unit confirmed. We'll need an air unit to take it out for us. Here they are. Launch!
Missile evaded.
Fox 2. Leave it to me. This one's mine.
Missile evaded.
Get him! Head right once more!
has you on radar. Missile! Evade!
Warlock Battalion has lost half its forces.
All forces, we're still doing fine. We can still fight. I'm hit! I'm going down!
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you.
Don't let him get up the mountain. Fight away and stay focused. This airspace is relatively secure now. Keep the combat done without you.
Enemy elements have been shut down throughout mission airspace. Well done, Garuda team. Garuda team, back up the Warlock Battalion.
Talisman, don't be afraid to request allied support.
Warlock Battalion is heading for the second checkpoint at a steady pace.
Enemy chopper shot down. We get through. Okay. This is looking good.
Connecting ESM for Garuda 1.
Garuda 1, missile evaded. Don't get overconfident. That train's got some wicked firepower.
It's the electronic support plane.
ESM is coming in from Snake Pit. Now we'll be able to shoot with more accuracy.
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you.
SAM destroyed.
Time for some lands and bombs. Get some more.
Cross Battalion is under attack. Give them some backup.
Warlock Battalion is a little over halfway to the objective point. Just a little longer. Warlock Battalion is approaching the second checkpoint now.
Walker, 3 o'clock.
Anti-aircraft gun destroyed.
Take care of this one.
Warlock Battalion has arrived at the second checkpoint.
Relax. That was more lucky. Our gunport's been destroyed. Return fire with machine guns.
He evaded.
The mission is going as planned. We're about halfway to the objective. Fox Battalion has lost half its forces. The situation is getting worse.
We're under heavy fire. The armored train is launched. Enemy forces are heading this way.
The armored train is out of commission. Nice work.
Get down! Get down!
Fox Battalion has arrived at the second checkpoint. Target hit.
We've made it to the objective point.
Mission accomplished. Thanks for the air support.
All planes, move on to the enemy fortress. Ground unit, continue engagement.
Roger. Talisman, it's time to mop the floor.
2 unknown enemy fighters have been detected. 2 enemy fighters approaching.
Initiating sweep. Leave it. Can you hear me? I'm going up. This place
Roger
is
that.
ours.
You can count on me. A Reaper's emblem. Those are the aces who attacked Gracemeria.
There's the enemy. There's only 2 of them. Now's our chance to take them out.
Enemy fired a missile.
Garuda 1, you're approaching the return line. Maintain your current heading to return to base and resupply. Our self-propelled artillery has moved into engagement. Talisman is locked on.
Completed 2 launched missile. Almost in effective range.
I'm hit. My gauge is broken. Commencing into emergency pullout. I can't move.
Fired.
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you. This one's mine. Garuda 1 evaded the missile.
Missile launched.
Watch out! We've got a lock on you from the ground!
SAM destroyed. Enemy fortress threat level has been reduced. Garuda team, don't let your guard down.
That ground target's history.
Enemy fortress threat level is even lower now. Maintain current level of engagement.
Garuda team, we're in good shape too. Let's turn this place out.
Ground target has been eliminated. Garuda 1 almost out of special weapons. Radar lock. The enemy fortress has just about had it. Our ground unit almost has it under control. Missile launched.
Launching me off.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Garuda 1 out of special weapons. Enemy facility taken out. The enemy fortress is under our control. Nice work, Garuda team.
Garuda team, you guys work too hard. You're stealing all our thunder.
We have successfully retaken Bartolomeo Fortress. With the successful execution of this mission, Emerian forces have regained complete control of Kesset Island. A plan to retake the mainland is now in the works. We're about to get into some serious combat.
Our post to the Iron Bridge was shot to hell.
Those ever-so-helpful choppers were nice enough to wait until the last second to come bail us out of that death trap. The three of us are all that's left of our company. Sergeant Torch is our driver. He never knows when to shut up. Sergeant Hobsbawm, who never says a damn thing, mans the gun. And I'm Sergeant McKnight, the captain. Since we're all sergeants, we had to draw straws for the captain's seat. And the winner is yours truly. I'd live sweet and easy on this island for the rest of my days if I could. The Flyboys, on the other hand, are workaholics. They drove a whole mess of enemy troops off this rock. And that's why we're holed up in this damn landing ship playing 5-card stud. I don't know what those Flyboys are trying to pull, but this is the worst landing operation I've ever heard of. I always knew Donnie had sticky fingers. Apparently he was robbing banks before he joined the service. What an idiot.
Come on, just hear me out. About 5 years ago, before I joined the military, I was digging a tunnel straight towards Gracemeria's central bank when...
Donnie says the Estevakians haven't been able to get the safe open yet. He also says he dug an underground tunnel that got him within a few feet of the vault. Is this guy for real? But if he really dug a tunnel that close to the vault, I just want to know one thing. What the hell are we still doing here? Once we're back on the mainland, we've got to get to that bank before the Estevakians get their filthy paws on our loot. What do we got to lose?
I'm about to go over the mission contents. Finally, the day is near. We have organized enough troops and intelligence to retake the mainland. Soon the Amerian military will initiate an operation designed to take back the Amerian mainland. Our forces on the mainland are growing more exhausted as each day passes. If we don't act soon, they will be wiped out completely. Our bridgehead for disembarking troops on the mainland will be established at Rargam Beach, on the western tip of Anea. We're sending in units by air and sea. This is going to be a large-scale mission, so do all you can to see it through to the end. This mission will be divided into multiple units. 2 hovercraft units bringing our landing units to shore, and a fleet of ships to attack the enemy from out at sea. Our hovercraft unit needs support in order to bring in the landing unit safely, and for taking over points on the ground. Our fleet needs support in order to thoroughly defeat enemy forces close to the sea or in the vicinity of oil fields. It would be to our advantage if you could rush to various attack points and take them out before our units have to deal with them. Swift and accurate execution is extremely important in this mission in order to gain a secure foothold. Don't hold back. Show us what you're made of out there.
Tell us, how about are we ready? Garuda team, time to take off.
Look, it's the mainland.
Ghost Eye to all forces. We're about to start the landing operation.
This is Warlock Battalion. We'll be disembarking on the central coast to take over a stretch of land there.
Rox Battalion here. We're set to disembark on the west side. Take control of Artara and have enough of you to take the airport behind us.
This is Flagship Marigold of the 2nd Fleet. We are set to destroy the enemy fleet position near those oil facilities close to the sea.
Garuda team, your job is to eliminate any threats posed to our forces in each of these combat zones. Begin operation.
This is Clark's Battalion. Moving to disembark and take control of Artara. Garuda team, take out any stogies in our way. This is Yellow Jacket. We'll be flying escort for the transport choppers. Special cargo unit moving to recapture airport. Garuda team, we need you to deal with anything in our way. Can you aim from there?
chopper unit. Move to intercept. Anti-aircraft gun destroyed.
How many men are still alive? Somebody answer me!
Radar lock.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you! Missed! Lock on!
We're taking control of our car on the airport. Thanks for the great cover, Garuda. It's great to be back home in Otara. Home sweet home.
Watch out! We've got a lock on you from the ground!
Garuda 1 launched missile. Talisman is locked on. Enemy tank destroyed.
I've got a lock on!
We're taking enemy fire! It's no good, McKnight! We're gonna get killed! We're in a hell of a mess here. Pull out and join up with the others. Hey, we still got a chance! Taking enemy fire. Looks like they still have some bunkers left.
Our special forces have taken the airport. You're clear to land there for supplies. Land at the airport if you're low on ammo. About half the enemy forces are down. Looks like this will be an easy ride for our forces coming ashore.
Can't you shoot down those fighters? I've got ground forces coming too.
Enemy tank has been destroyed. Garuda 1, ESM is active.
Missile missed its target!
Fox 2. Engaging an enemy interceptor. This is gonna be one tough battle. I got a missile coming at me.
Enemy ground forces are almost completely destroyed. This mission is going smoothly.
Our Anea battalion is demolished. The Americans are overwhelming us. Naval forces are almost eliminated. Thanks to Garuda team. Fighter plane Garuda is holding more. Come on, we're going last round.
Garuda 1, you have it. Garuda 1, you are cleared for takeoff.
Get him! Hit right once more!
Takeoff complete. Good luck up there.
Shut up!
Fox 3! Fox 3!
Evacuate the wounded. Anybody else who can still stand, grab a gun.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
Enemy plane down. Enemy at 6 o'clock. Talisman is locked on.
We have enemy missiles circling around. I'll take care of this one. My electrical system's fried. I've lost monitoring capabilities.
on! Talisman, you have a bandit on your tail!
The fools don't know when to retreat. Now look what happened to them.
Roughly half of the enemy reinforcements have been wiped out.
Don't go about this alone. Combine forces and core them.
How could that have missed?
Missile struck target. Enemy down.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
In gun range.
My canopy's been punctured. Air pressure dropping.
That's what I like to see, Talisman. At this rate, we'll make it through.
That pilot is something special. That approaching him in haste will get us killed.
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you.
Anti-aircraft gun taken out.
Garuda 1, you have entered the landing corridor. Lower your landing gear and prepare for touchdown.
Just fighter? They don't even look tired. No mercy for enemies or assassins. Can alert me,
Enemy kill confirmed.
Watch out! We've got a lock on you from the ground. Talisman, we've almost got him.
We had so many soldiers.
That tank's scrap metal now.
No sign of the enemy on radar. They've been wiped out completely. Mission accomplished.
We're finally back on the mainland.
This just in. Apparently your heroes have made it back to the mainland. This just in, folks. I heard our Rangers are flying in from Cassette. I'd like to dedicate this one to some tough soldiers out there. A brand new day. A song from open dawn beyond the darkness. From now on, you can count on me, Zed, here at American Independence Radio, to fill you in on whatever they're doing. Just got two gunshots. Peace out.
Let's go home. Back to our loved ones.
Enemy forces on Rargam Beach have been annihilated, and the landing operation has ended successfully. We are finally able to provide full relief and support to our exhausted forces on the mainland. The Amerian military is in position to advance towards the center of the continent, combine with our forces fighting the resistance, and take out Estovakian forces. Garuda team, you've really earned a great name for yourselves here. Pull yourselves together and get ready for some action up there. We don't want this to be your last mission.
I should have thought more about the kind of people who would be traveling to Gracemeria. Now that we're in the midst of war. Her name is Ludmila. She was an Estovakian medical student studying in Northern Navik, a neutral country. Her boyfriend is a soldier in the Estovakian military. She firmly believes that going to Gracemeria will somehow reunite them. It took a long time to get even that much out of her. Most of the time, she hardly says a word. We're certainly an odd pair of travel companions. Two women, hopelessly in search of their loved ones. Maybe it's the language barrier. But talking doesn't seem to be our strong point. But I feel we share a common goal that goes far beyond words.
We've got a large unit of troops on Rollins Plain, around the outskirts of Silvat Town. Those troops are isolated with no means of retreat, surrounded by enemies, and on the verge of total annihilation. With our substation as a focal point, the enemy is positioned a full 360 degrees around the troops, with intense attacks pounding away at our line of defense. If we could somehow manage to join up besieged forces there, we could considerably strengthen their position. This is where you come in. We need you to free up our surrounded unit and eliminate all Estovakian forces throughout the Rollins Plain. Every minute counts in this operation, so get out there and get things done.
Tell us, how about, are we ready? Garuda team, time to take off.
Listen up. Our forces are completely surrounded over a wide area. We've got 6 sectors of operation to concentrate on. Use your radar to check enemy position and move out to each area.
We better move. Our forces could get wiped out at any second now.
That's right. Our ground unit is on its last legs trying to keep them covered. Return to base if you need supplies. No use fighting on an empty stomach.
Enemy forces approaching. Prepare for descent.
Our entire line of defense is being affected by enemy fire. We've lost contact with Sector D7. Pipeline E13 has been busted up pretty bad. Gabriel Tank Battalion, can you get there? Striking 6 to all planes. Destroy all incoming enemy reinforcements. Strike on 11? Roger. Those 2 planes are first on the menu.
Garuda team, initiate close-range air support. Get out there and hit what you can.
Bust some heads, Talisman. Take care of business.
These guys are on our side! Thank God! Here! Inform all units our reinforcements have arrived. Just like that DJ was saying, our angels are back. Let's get it, Garuda 1. Dancing with the angels. Garuda, is it? We're counting on you guys. Our full runway's under attack. Garuda team, help us out if you can.
The Stovies are after our runway.
Kinetic fire battalions, read me! Enemy ground forces are closing in! Requesting air support!
Garuda team, back up Gavial Tank Battalion.
Command, can I take on all flights? We're about to get shot full of holes down there! Look out, the missiles closing in! Command, I can't wait any longer! Taking off! Damn, I missed! I've confirmed a gun
Estovakians are down to 30% of their forces.
Go! Protect the runway at all costs! We're the team you never failed to impress. We'll be up again soon. Talisman, I'm taking you out for a good run. Count me in too! I've got a new reason to make it home alive.
Garuda 1, you have entered the landing corridor. Lower your landing gear and prepare for touchdown.
Witness the strength of our gun train. Focus all fire on the settlement. Don't stop until every one of them is dead. Don't continue to west or head west. The situation will change as soon as we back up. We're taking air, Braddock's. On the center of the Estovakians' range of fire.
Dragon Busters have lost about 8% of their forces. They can't do this alone.
The enemy is advancing along the radar vehicles. Is anyone out there? Requesting support.
Are there any fighters available to cover Barracuda Battalion?
We can't advance. You're gonna try to take some damage. Let's all hit it at once.
The operation's proceeding as planned. Keep it up, Talisman.
Garuda team, finish them off. All targets within operation space are down. But stay alert, the worst is yet to come.
Yellow Jacket, Fighter Battalion. That was a stellar performance. Garuda team, I'd say we were pretty damn good together. Don't get too cocky, Bird Eater. This war has just started.
It's not looking good.
Force! Being closed in by enemy forces! Please help! We're completely surrounded! We're heading back to the east city and take out all enemy forces along the bridge! Garuda team secure the enemy forces at the rear! Grizzly Battalion is moving forward! Step aside! Grizzly Battalion has moved back! Pick up our wounded! All mobile vehicles combined and land fit! Air Force, Grizzly Battalion is safely moved rear! Thanks for warning. Right, Talisman. Retreat now! We can't afford to lose the entire unit.
We've received a telegram from HQ Command. You're to go after an Estovakian unit that's just started pulling out of action.
I'm a lot better at chasing than being chased.
All ground units are spread out and close in on the Estovakian unit. Show no mercy. Dragon Busters Roger. Time to get some personal. Avial Tank Battalion confirmed. The gang's all here. Trooper Battalion, Roger. Rescue's back. Straight in. You're getting for this. Not lost yet. Reverse. The rest is empty for one.
Enemy tank destroyed. Garuda 1, ESM is active. Fire.
Is this Guitar? Looks like I missed out on all the action.
All forces, fight to the death for this land. Give them a taste of Estovakian pride.
Enemy tank has been destroyed. This mission is going well. All forces, keep the pressure on.
Still good to go. Of course, we'll keep the pressure on. We're at war here.
Talisman is locked on.
We got a lock on you from the ground.
Can't handle them alone. Where's the team? Going after them.
The level for remaining Estovakian force down to about 60%.
Fox 3! I've got lock on!
I'll hold my ground. To hell with our orders. Fox 2.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Watch out for that missile, Garuda 1. Radar lock. SAM kill confirmed.
Enemy facility was destroyed. Garuda 1, break! Break!
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Out of special weapons. The threat level for remaining Estavakian forces is about 40%.
Launching missile. Time to dance with the devil, Scooby.
Careful now. The enemy on radar.
Garuda 1 out of special weapons.
You shall not die for Estavakia. Fight them with a will of iron.
Sector E4 is out of our hands. Maria's top unit is attacking us.
The threat level for remaining Estavakian forces is down to about 20%.
All planes, this is a hell of a dance. Keep up those nice moves.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you! Lock on! Bullseye!
Get him! Hit right once more!
Garuda 1, your wings are damaged.
Nice kill! Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Enemy forces have been eliminated from the mission areas. That's enough dancing for today. To get on home now.
I could have danced a few more numbers.
I'm still dancing here. Go ahead and leave without me.
Don't give me that, Sky Kid. It's past your bedtime.
You'd make a scary mother, Ghost Eye. But I guess we'll be getting back.
Our beast is now free, and enemy forces have been annihilated. Mission accomplished. Now that our unit has been freed, we are able to join up with for a considerable gain in our land air forces. This boost in power enables us to continue advancing east, to recapture our nation, and tighten the noose around Estavakia's military. We now have an open path to Gracemeria. All pilots, best of luck.
Who does this guy think he is? No way we'd ever lose to a bunch of guys like this.
Enough already. Take him away.
Lieutenant, I got a little piece of advice for you. Go dance with the angels. Come on! Except I'll bet you couldn't dance your way out of a paper bag.
The prisoners are much different than before. They finally have some backbone and are brimming with confidence. It must be that pilot they're all so fond of that is fueling the fires. Apparently, he fought his way through insurmountable odds to help his fellow soldiers.
Go dance with the angels.
Another defiant one.
Our forces have expanded. Slovakia's military forces in Anea will gradually start to diminish, each time they suffer a loss in various areas. According to intelligence from our Department of National Safety, there's a section where enemy defenses are low, near Salumna Peaks in central Anea. That section of land is an ideal route for our troops to take, in terms of topography and weather as well. We're going to use this route. It's a steep mountain path covered in snow, which is extremely difficult for our ground unit to advance through, and also renders it vulnerable to air attacks. Make sure to cover our ground unit, and if you spot any threats from the sky, eliminate them. If an emergency happens to occur, deal with it in any way you see fit. Once we get past those mountains, we'll be in the center of Anea.
Tell us, how about, are we ready to fly? Garuda team, time to take off.
Check your plane and prepare for refueling. 500 yards to go. Slow down, Garuda 1. 50 yards to go. Nice work, Garuda 1.
It's like waiting in line for the restroom. Plane 2, check your airband 120.95. All set, Garuda 1. Disconnect. Yo, Talisman, save some for the rest of us.
All units, return to formation upon refuel.
Now this is what I call a squadron. Come on, it's payback time. Gracemeria dead ahead.
The Stogies are on their way. They're not stupid, you know.
Headwaters here with some great news. Rumor has it that our infantrymen from Cassette have joined up with the American military in Silvat. Oh yeah! They are charging in like rhinos, folks. I think a lot of positive things are about to happen.
Don't kid yourself, pal. Your opponent's right over here.
Warning, enemy presence detected on radar. They know exactly what we plan to do. All planes, assume attack formation.
I can hardly see a thing. We've got mountains right below us. Watch your altitude, Talisman.
This is Snake Pit. I'm moving in as close as I can to our fighters to give the best possible support. Snake Pit to all planes. High-speed aircraft detected. They're approaching this airspace at high altitude.
Ghost Eye to Snake Pit. Keep close tabs on their movement.
Garuda team, you saved our hides. Now help us drive out the rest. Damn. Let's taking fire. The forces. Snake Pit, I saw them on the moves. Sorry they saw back in Gracemeria. Don't
mixed up with the jammers. I'll deal with the fighters, you take care of the jammers. I think you're caught up in a jammer's web. Fly carefully. Things aren't as they seem. Watch out for the shockwave! We got jammers mixed in with us. I'll take them all out.
Enemy jammers are set up to reduce our missile and radar capabilities. Watch out.
I think I just bagged a jammer. Their signal jamming just got weaker. Right on! Shoot down all the jammers!
Missile struck target. Second jammer down.
Radar's back to normal. Take out the rest just like that. Enemy flight jammers are facing them. The appearance of a new source of weapon.
Third jammer down. Fox 2. Fourth jammer down.
Let's regroup. Surviving pilots respond now. My luck's running out. 2 missiles fired. Get in. Get ready once more. Fox 2. Bandit dead ahead. This one's mine.
Fifth jammer down.
Now it's our turn. Man out and crush target. Where's the enemy? My radar's all clear. Seems like those jammers are down. Quite a feat under those conditions. Shut down. This is Sky Kid. Target acquired. All enemy planes are going down right here, right now. Red Baron, roger. Visibility's terrible. Watch your altitude. My canopies been punctured. Air pressure dropping. Well, if it ain't Garuda. The enemy is focusing its attacks on us. Requesting an intercept.
Fox 3.
Good aircraft coming out of radar. Coming in high and fast in a supersonic bomber. They seem to be on course to Glass Battalion. Intercept those aircraft before they get in close. Watch out on the Brink hard.
I've got a new aircraft on radar. This must be a wave of attacks aimed at Warlock Battalion.
Don't worry about those fighters. Mind your altitude and maintain current course.
Radar lock.
Damn, you made my missile.
Keep an eye on your 6 o'clock. Missile was evaded. Another one! New aircraft detected. Approaching Warlock Battalion at high speed.
There's some coming. All planes hurry. Don't let them get near Warlock Battalion. Stay second. Use your planes. Flying at maximum thrust to reach target. Damn. My engine's hanging me off. Enemy bomber
Nice kill!
That's what I'm talking about. That was a little too easy. Let's not forget. Keep your eyes open. I'm on his tail. I can throw it in cruiser. Bandit, dead ahead. This one's mine.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Missile was evaded.
As smooth as always, Garuda. Thanks for the cover. Roger. All forces ordered to evacuate. Break away from the airspace.
What the? The enemy's starting to back off.
Well, they won't get far. The chase is on.
We have radar lock on.
I'm tailing him. Nice kill! Fox 2, it missed. That's a kill.
I've got something on radar. That's odd. Multiple small objects flying at slow speed through the airspace.
Whatever. Small, big, bring them on.
Other aircraft are... Wait a minute. Warning! Cruise missiles incoming! All planes break!
What?
Missile hit, 3 o'clock. All aircraft, stay sharp. Look out!
Those are the same missiles used to wipe out Gracemeria.
The Nimbus is unstoppable. Ion, continue to engage. Monitors are all
All planes, cancel offensive and retreat! Garuda team, escort our planes out of there!
You gotta be kidding me! How are we supposed to defend that?
Their missiles are being guided by observation planes. Shoot them down and the attacks will subside. Each missile's estimated range of impact shows up on radar. The observation plane should be located right in the center of that range. Garuda team, shoot down those observation planes. You've got to hold out until all our forces have been safely evacuated. Launching missile. Radar lock.
One of the aircraft are pulling out. It won't be long now.
Roger. Heading over to engage the enemy. Shamrock, Fox 3. I've got lock on.
Observation craft remaining.
These guys are unmanned.
Almost ready to fire. Commence countdown.
Target down. Garuda 1 launched missile. About half the observation planes have been destroyed. Keep your guard up. Special weapons. Launching missile. 5 observation craft remaining.
Shamrock down the target.
4 observation craft remaining.
We almost made it. Hang in there.
3 observation craft remaining.
If only we could have shot them down at Gracemeria.
2 observation craft remaining. special weapons. Just one observation craft remaining.
Ghost Eye, have those planes evacuated yet?
Not yet. Evacuation's still not complete. Fox 2.
Give me control 09. I'll pilot it manually.
Missile missed. All operation planes are down. Well done, Garuda team.
I guess we managed to pull it off. We've got to do something about those missiles, or there won't be a Gracemeria to get back to. The Stovies are on their way.
Thanks to your great cover, our troops were able to get through the peaks of Solemna with only minimal damage suffered. But our unit is within range of enemy cruise missile attacks for this mission. We're doing all we can to gather intelligence on the invasion and are mulling strategy options. Wait for the order to come in.
I feel so lucky to have met up with Ludmilla. We've run into so many checkpoints. I don't know what we would have done without her passport. I don't think I ever would have made it alone. But as we travel through these wide open spaces, enemy troops are few and far between. Actually, we've been on this road for quite some time now, without spotting a single Estovakian military vehicle. It looks like our luck has just run out. These men are partisans. Amerian like me. Ludmilla stares at me. I can see the fear in her eyes. I tried to explain to them that Ludmilla is no threat. She is a student from Nordenavik. But I've never been much of a liar.
She definitely speaks the language, but with a thick Estovakian accent.
Don't waste your ammo.
Just then, something roars in the sky above.
Hey, look! What's going on?
I know it's our only chance of escape.
Get in! Hurry!
Fire! Damn!
On the battlefield, you have to put luck aside and take what you get, good or bad. My fellow countrymen were killed instead of me, and that gives me an eerie sense of relief. But now I've got to accept the fact that I am the next target. It's time for me to dance with the angels.
Then I'll give you the lowdown on our mission. Small unmanned aerial vehicles, cruise missiles, and heavy command cruisers are all closely related in terms of functionality and have been uncovered as the enemy's secret weapons by our analysis results. We have collected missile and small unmanned aerial vehicle samples, as well as radar records, analyzed them, and came up with the following. First of all, the small unmanned aerial vehicles are operated from long distance and approach their intended targets to destroy them. In Step 2, a special electronic signal inside of each small unmanned aerial vehicle is sent to a cruise missile for guidance. And for the final step, the cruise missile that was guided by a small unmanned aerial vehicle hits and destroys its attack target. That is how the enemy's cruise missile system operates. Small unmanned aerial vehicles and cruise missiles are both launched from the enemy's heavy command cruiser. Once launched, they are operated from the heavy command cruiser via remote control. Our Joint Chiefs of Staff have drawn up a plan to destroy the enemy's missile system based on these analysis results. In order to conquer the heavy command cruiser, a constant barrage of attacks from the air is absolutely indispensable. First, we need to get a springboard to launch our plan of attack. We're about to head south to retake Cavalia Air Force Base in San Loma. Our objective is to retake Cavalia's air facilities, then establish a front line to destroy the enemy's missile system. Once the runway is secured, we should have a decent chance at taking out the enemy's heavy command cruiser. Enemy forces will be heavily deployed from land, air, and sea. We'll be doing all we can to deal with them, but I'm sure they'll be ready for us. Success or failure of this mission will very likely have a significant effect on the war. Put everything you've got into this one.
Talisman, how about are we ready to... Garuda team, time to take off.
Seize San Loma along with its military base and use that as a base of operations for attacking the enemy's heavy command cruiser.
Wipe out all enemies along the northwest route on your way to San Loma. This is happening. We're going to destroy all the defense facilities along the bottom route.
Destroy all enemy ships dispatched offshore of San Loma. Take out any enemy forces obstructing our landing. We can't let them take the city.
San Loma's got some pretty tough defenses. Going in alone would be much too risky.
Guess we better lay off the stunts today.
Flagship Marigold to Garuda team. We need you to take out that enemy fleet offshore and shoot down those escort planes.
Those Estavakian escort planes are loaded up with anti-ship missiles.
Missile evaded.
All planes on the partisan sweep operation. There's been a change of plan. Move to intercept all invading American aircraft.
Our forces have been defeated.
Fired. Enemy chopper down. Missile missed. Lock on. Careful now, they're tracking you on radar.
Roger.
Target hit.
Hey, where the hell did our forces go? We can't survive out here without them. Enemy forces have been reduced.
Missile launched. Missile struck target.
I've got enemy forces on radar. On the enemy, though, they're there. Don't hold back. Kill all the invaders.
My cannon's been punctured. Air pressure dropping.
Watch out! They've got a lock on you from the ground!
Enemy plane in gun range. We have radar lock on.
Garuda 1 bagged an enemy!
Enemy forces have disappeared from radar. Garuda team, thanks for that outstanding cover. Standing by to attack in formation.
Engaging with enemy craft with a PSO bird emblem. I've never seen moves like this. It's a bird emblem. We've got a chance with those guys watching over us up there. What are you talking about? They've got the enemy wrapped up in turmoil right now.
SAM destroyed.
Another enemy taken ahead. Flagship Marigold to all ships. Spread out to evade enemy attacks.
Here they come. Brink.
Anti-aircraft gun taken out.
This one's mine.
Lock on.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
Look out! Missiles closing in!
Shamrock down the target.
Are destroyed. Shift forces to the San Loma takeover operation.
The Americans are all moving at once. They're coming at us.
I have no idea where those missiles are coming from.
Gorilla 1, you are clear.
Marion bomber units to work. Commence bombing of Slovakian military.
This is Marigold, commencing fire. This is Equus. We are the last protectors of this city. Activating our Aegis destroyers. Shoot down the Marion fighters. We must find a way to defeat them.
Those Stovies are occupied with the sky. Now's our chance to break through. You're nuts. I don't care anymore. Logan's right over there. You just bailed out. I want to survive. Keep your eyes peeled for that radar. Sergeant McKnight, you're too far out in front. Guts could get you killed. Testing, 1, 2. And I'm afraid the radio's acting up here. Testing!
Missile struck target.
Focus your attack on the front line units. We'll let the missiles take out the rear.
This is the second fleet flagship, Marigold. Acknowledging your request for backup.
Help is here. Chuck in the surge here. This is Sky Command target. Roger that. I'm on my way. This is Blue X. We need a backup. I have no idea where those missiles are coming from.
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you.
Fox 2. SAM destroyed.
We can't let this area fall into American hands. Do whatever it takes.
Watch out, the enemy has a lock on you.
They're after our Air Force base. Destroy it before it falls into their hands.
Fox 2. Missile struck target.
I've got a lock.
Can we do something about this? Fox 2. Damn, he evaded my missile.
This is Equus. I have failed.
Anti-aircraft gun destroyed.
on this mission. Don't get shot down.
Here they come. Brink! Missile? What the hell is it? What the hell's the Elgato doing? Where are the Nimbus missiles? Launch, crash, and burn. I'm taking fire.
All targets are almost destroyed. Garuda 1, take care of what's left.
Talisman, it's time to finish up.
This doesn't look good.
Talisman is locked on. Enemy plane in gun range.
It missed. Game's over. Box 2, box 2. The enemy fired a missile. Box 2. Damn, there's right on my tail. I missed.
Talisman is locked on. All targets are confirmed destroyed. We have taken over the city of San Loma.
Let's go out for a few when we get back. Drinks are on me tonight.
Talisman, we just took control of our airport from the Estovakians. The battle for Ameria has just begun.
Now that we've accomplished this mission, we have a good chance of taking out the heavy command cruiser. Excellent job.
Mission accomplished. We have managed to retake Cavalia Air Force Base and free San Loma in the process. Cavalia will be our chief base of operation for conquering the enemy's heavy command cruiser. Ultimately, the enemy's cruise missile system cannot be stopped unless their heavy command cruiser is destroyed first. Every minute counts for us here. Wait for your next order concerning this operation.
Our car has died directly under an aerial battle. The engine managed to get us this far, but it's been destroyed by machine gun fire. This pilot is from Ludmila's homeland. She asks the crashed pilot about a name, asking if he has any information, but the pilot takes a turn for the worse. Just before all this, he seemed to be mumbling a name. Garuda. He's the one that shot me down. I know exactly what she's going through, why she's overcome with such emotion. My husband could have very well ended up like this. And now I know. The one she loves is a pilot as well. As we save a man's life on this wide-open plain, we both begin to realize what we share, how much we have in common.
This is an order of deployment. We've obtained a portion of classified intelligence concerning the enemy's heavy command cruiser from the Department of National Safety. The heavy command cruiser's official name has been identified as P-1112 Igaion. The team consists of a mid-size Kotos aircraft in charge of electronic warfare and a mid-size Gaijus aircraft in charge of close-range air defense. Igaion, a command craft, takes care of all cruise missile-related duties. After acquiring this intelligence, we were able to draw up an operation to destroy the Igaion. Listen closely. Fuel is added to the Igaion through an opening located in the front. Multiple tankers must make their way to the front of the Igaion for refueling purposes. Once the tankers are positioned in front of the craft to refuel it, the Igaion's radar signals are temporarily weakened. This is where it gets important. While the Igaion is being refueled, its radar is almost completely unable to detect any type of movement in front of the craft. If you can stay on course and maintain a certain altitude, you could approach the Igaion from the air without being noticed by enemy forces. So our best chance of taking that monster out is during its mid-air fuel-up. The Igaion's flight schedule is also included in this piece of intelligence. We'll go over the flight route after our meeting in the hangar. Get prepared at once.
Talisman, how about are we ready to fly with Garuda team? Time to take off.
Strigan 2 to Igaion. Patrol operation complete. Requesting permission to land.
Igaion to Strigan team. Permission granted.
Strigan 2 here. Will comply. Lead the way.
Copy that. Stay clear of our jet wash.
The heavy command cruiser's radar capabilities temporarily falter whenever it's refueling in midair. A lot of good agents lost their lives getting us this intel. Approach the enemy at current course. Initiate an attack immediately after you've made it into the combat zone.
Garuda 2, roger. Let's go.
All pilots, keep your eyes peeled.
Approaching target.
Prepare to engage enemy. Maintain altitude and airspeed.
Approaching target. Just stay on that axis.
Squad's on the move. Looks like it's for air support.
There are enemy aircraft providing ESM. You'll be in a world of hurt if you let them go.
Talisman, it's the Reaper's emblem. Let's pay him back once and for all.
Force them into a 2-on-1 dogfight. Try to whittle them down. A miss?
Garuda 1 launched missile.
Press the assault. The guy just isn't gonna go down so easy. I'll take care of the 2 planes around the big one.
Radar lock. Bullseye! Good job, Garuda team. We're almost done here. Aerial battleship number 1 down. It's going down. Garuda 1, Fox 3.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you! Missile, break!
Zorak here. Approach support target. Stricken 5 hit. Withdrawing from combat.
Enemy at 6 o'clock.
Ion damage from them now. Support. We got him. Stricken 7. How many planes are left?
Talisman, keep the pressure on. Just a little further now. Aim for the cockpit. The bastard's going down. Critical hit to the aerial battleship. Enemy destroyed. Enemy destroyed.
Box 3. This is Garuda 2. I took a hit, but I'm still airworthy.
Lock on. Missile strike confirmed. Target down. Keep on that pressure and they'll break soon. Special weapons running low.
Fox 2.
Electronic support system down. All right, that's what I like to see.
Heading over to attack. All this guy, kid. Here goes. Attack support the Garuda team.
path for that missile, Garuda 1.
Fox 2! Lock on!
Missile struck target.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Fox 2.
We have radar lock on. Missile strike confirmed. Garuda 1, Fox 3.
Fox 2. Shotgun will not be defeated. Launch Nimbus. Continue attacking. I don't believe this. That thing is still up in the air.
Garuda 1, Fox 3. Their heavy command cruiser has been destroyed. Excellent work. Now it's our turn.
Garuda team is the real deal.
Back to the sea you go. May you rest in quiet slumber.
Good job. The Igaion and its air unit have been destroyed. The cruise missiles aimed at Emeria have also been eliminated. This was a huge victory for us, and I'm sure it'll have a significant impact on the war. Garuda team, you have received a letter of commendation from the Joint Chiefs of Staff for your invaluable service in this mission. Tonight, you're free to do what you want.
Lieutenant Colonel.
This man was once a pupil of mine. Many years have passed since then, but Lieutenant Commander Pasternak still has that same spark of confidence in his eyes he had as a young man.
Glad to see you are looking well.
He was brought here to help us turn the war in our favor. Now that he has been promoted to captain of the Strigan team, he is sure to be a thorn in the side of the Amerian military.
Don't leave your baggage. It may be uncomfortable, but keep it hidden behind your back.
Huh?
Trust me, it is how things are done here. I asked him if he knew Garuda 1.
Know him? My sole reason of being sent here was to fight him.
He smiled to hide the rage within him. That should have been my passion, my fire. But things have changed. This man is about to step into the world I once knew. My days in the sky are behind me now. The bitter taste of loneliness is all I have left.
East of central Anea lies Rogno Fortress in Graggio Canyon. Our fortress there is still under Estovakian control. Substations for a giant dam and military tunnels line the area near the fortress. Those places act as an extra means of defense for an already high security area. Now that we've destroyed the enemy's heavy command cruiser, we're on our way east towards Gracemeria. But the only route for our heavy deployment of ground forces to travel on passes through Graggio Canyon, and Rogno Fortress is Estovakia's trump card for keeping us out of Gracemeria. If we can recapture that fortress, it's smooth sailing to Gracemeria from there. Eliminate the Estovakian unit there and recapture Rogno Fortress. The battle is tipping in our favor. All planes, let's get ready.
Talisman, how about are we ready to fly? Garuda team, time to take off.
A message to all the Estovakians out there, don't be too disappointed once we shoot down all your toys. I'm gonna present a couple of Golden King medals to Garuda team. Made them myself.
Practically a couple of movie stars now.
Don't listen to civilian airwaves during missions. Today's objective is to recapture Rogno Fortress.
Warlock Battalion is on its way to Ragno Fortress. Our plan is to break through the center. This is when the enemy prepared to knock out their substations and supply routes on the water to cripple their forces. This is Yellow Jacket. We're set to invade the fortress and initiate attacks from the inside.
If we can pull this off, Estovakia won't have any trump cards left to play. Use everything you've got.
Once we get over this canyon, Gracemeria's straight ahead. We gotta win this, Talisman.
This is Yellow Jacket. We're set to invade the fortress and initiate attacks from the inside. There are 4 tunnels leading to the inside. We plan to break into their underground facilities through those tunnels.
Defensive wall confirmed down. Go through that tunnel and destroy all facilities inside the fortress.
Going through this tunnel? You can't be serious. What the? It's just a jet. Enemy alert! We have enemy fighters inside the fortress.
They're flying fighter jets through a tunnel. These people must be insane.
We got fire on Fort C3. We can fire on it from there now.
They know this place inside out. Stay on maximum alert. They can come at us from any side.
There. This is Shamrock. I've got a visual on the substation facilities.
Those facilities supply power to the fortress. Taking them out will weaken their defenses.
Shoot down approaching fighters. We can't follow up those facilities.
Garuda 1 launched missile.
Fighters flying underground? We must have seen things. We have to keep fighting. Fight back or you'll die too. My vehicle's buried in rubble. I've never been in a battle like this before. All attack targets are destroyed. Now we can get on to the Rogno mission. Fighter jets diving into tunnels. That's never been done before. Just another day on the job for an ex-pilot. This is Warlock Battalion. We've got the fortress in sight. Take out any enemy tanks on our path. Fox 2, Fox 2. Thanks, let him have it.
Missile struck target. Fox 2.
Hurry up and reload! I've got enemy fighters on radar. They're practically on top of Warlock Battalion. Harriers! It's a trap! They're squeezing us in! All tanks advance. Keep moving ahead.
Okay, Shamrock, roger that. I'm on the attack.
Fire.
Fire in the wings! Dragon, your team is the bait. Cover it on 30 hours later. Zero in on target.
Ground target has been eliminated.
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you!
Anti-aircraft gun destroyed.
Box 3! Box 3!
What's up with our anti-aircraft guns? Captain, some of their forces are withdrawn. Let's break in from that hole. Hold on. If we break through from a place like that, we'll get ambushed. Don't let them get in any further. We must stop the areas. Our goal's just up ahead. Advance!
Connecting ESM for Garuda 1.
Shamrock! Box 2!
Radar lock.
That SAM is history!
I took a hit. Damn it. You idiot! I'm on your side! Fire! Ejecting!
Missile launched.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Idiots! You have to follow my orders! What is it that you don't understand? The enemy's taking a few volleys on Brinks. Don't let this one get away. Follow me. Focus all fire in the center. We can't let them break through. This is Warlock. We're getting killed out here. Send cover now.
I've got a lock! Garuda 2 launched missile!
Take Will 5. Don't go out in front. You want them to pick you off? We've got a clear path to Rhino Fortress. We're almost in range to attack. All tanks, keep moving at current rate till we break through that fortress.
Enemy plane down!
What's going on? The enemy's fucking so psychotic. Fox 2. Lost my luck. This!
Connecting ESM for Garuda 1. Launching missile.
This is Warlock. We're broken through their line of defense. Lining up in front of Fortress as planned.
Ground target destroyed. Surrounding enemy forces have been weakened. Commence attacks on the fortress itself. I'll be sending the target data. Garuda team, concentrate all fire on specified targets. I've set coordinates for the first target. Check your radars.
It's time! Leonid Battalion, take action! We're taking back Rhino Fortress!
Initiating attack on Fortress enemies. All units, take aim and fire.
How could that have missed?
Missile struck target.
Over in Sky King here. Support request, Roger. Take the room to level S1. What's going on with those guys on level N7? This is Sky King. Support? Roger that. I'm on my way. Red Baron commencing support. Take control of Sector P4. Just calm down and aim.
Ground target destroyed.
Lieutenant Colonel Nicholson, we're okay here. Someone take the Lieutenant Colonel to level S1.
Lock on.
HR-18 altitude. Ejecting.
Garuda 1, ESM is active. target has been eliminated.
We need more firepower. Where the hell is Stroker Battalion? Why aren't they returning fire?
Returning fire! I've been buried in the fallen roof. There's nothing I can do about it.
Woohoo! On to the next one.
Target coordinates have been set. This is the last group.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
Regulus, here's C1, C5. Then Ebola and Algieba. Give me a sit rep. We're taking over area. The locker's been set. So we'll take care of the rest of the outside one. Algieba, one team up to SA. We're currently based in S9.
Sky can't hear it. Support request, roger. Support, roger that.
Missile struck target. Special weapons running low.
Area is secure. Short speed, come over to 4S1.
So that's the Garou team everyone's talking about.
Missile strike confirmed.
Lock on! Garuda 2 launched missile. Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
All enemy forces within Rogno have been destroyed. We have successfully taken back the fortress.
This is Leonid Battalion. All areas are secure. We are now in a Stovey-free zone.
Our special forces came in from a different route and have secured the inside. Rogno Fortress is under Amerian control. Mission accomplished. Our special forces can mop up the rest. Head back to base, Garuda team.
We're really on a roll. No one can stop us now.
Although it's often been called impregnable, we have taken over Rogno Fortress. Estovakia's just lost all their trump cards. No one can stop us now. All that's left is to head for Gracemeria.
This is my girl, no matter how bad things may look down here. We will not be defeated with me and this baby. I also like our chances with the new captain in charge. He feels more like an older brother than some pushy authority figure.
Tosha, give me one of those apples you have there. And go have a dance with the angels, will ya? Tosha, come now, Tosha. You'd better learn more control than that if you want to impress your sweetheart. Terrible, I tell ya.
At least I have a sweetheart to speak of, sir.
I could have any woman I want if I made the effort.
I can't argue with him there. If he was serious enough, and I was a woman, I would probably fall for him myself. Even though we have overtaken the city, he tends to listen to Ameria Independence Radio, an ongoing pirate broadcast.
Listen, they're talking about the Golden King again. It's as if they're mourning the loss of a flesh and blood king. It'd really be something if they got it back somehow. Makes you wonder.
My older brother seems to have a soft spot for the poor and downtrodden in this city. There's no way in hell we are going to lose this war.
I'll be relaying orders to you from now on. Estavakia's remaining forces are starting to gather near Moloch Desert in East Anea. They're combining all of their forces in an attempt to stop us from recapturing Gracemeria. This operation will involve a very intense siege battle. Once the enemy's line of defense is ruined, chase them down. If you let them escape, they're going to fortify their defenses around Gracemeria. I know you must be chomping at the bit to get going, but taking out the enemy here pretty much guarantees us victory. We'll make it back to Gracemeria alive. All of us. Engage.
Talisman, how about... Are we ready to... Garuda team, time to take off.
We're gonna take our town back, right out of those Stoby clutches once and for all.
Garuda 2, don't get too emotional on us. It's important to be calm and controlled in battle.
As long as I win, I'll do whatever it takes. Let's do this, Garuda 1.
That's enough talking. Enemy forces are spreading throughout our mission space.
You guys are just with the doctor, or we need your cover to maintain.
We've got armored vehicles on their way to take the airport. Provide cover and fire on enemy fighters before they can take off.
Stogies don't have a chance. We're not outnumbered. All tanks and vehicles, put them out! Shoot down their fighters while they're taking off. Otherwise, they'll be after us. Try not to hit the hangar. You'll set off a secondary explosion.
Our ground troops in the south are commencing combat. Our bombers are heading for the target. They're flying at a steady pace.
This looks like some pesky gnat. Somebody shoot it down already. What are they doing? Enemy forces at 10 o'clock!
This is Garuda 2. We've got a clear path to the airport.
What would we do without our guardian angels? We have an open highway to the airport. Let's move! Don't stall or get stranded. The enemy will tear you to shreds.
Enemy unit approaching. It's an armed LCAC, a hovercraft unit.
Sound the charge. Just a little greeting to the enemy. Okay, let's make this something you'll never forget.
The armored Hellcat unit just split off into 2 groups. Tricky SOBs.
This is very important cargo. Don't get shot down before we can land. Lance, stand up. You're not gonna get shot. That's Lieutenant Commander Gore's armed Hellcat unit. There's never anything wrong there about him. No Lieutenant Commander's here? Guess that means there'll be a party if we get out of here alive. This is Snake. I'll be patrolling the combat zone to help out our aircraft. Eliminate enemy fighters to secure air supremacy. That's what I like to see. Enemy teams on board with our escorts. There's something familiar about those moves. This is Snake Pit. All planes, keep up that support. I can't move my fingers. I won't last long at this altitude. This'll be how we land it. I took a hit. Give me it. Support. Welcome. I'm on my way. Firing afterburner. Roger. Getting over to combined support. Target confirmed. Commencing support. Sorry guys, gotta eject. This is Snake Pit. About half the enemy planes are down. Nice work. What are you doing? Check your MCTR. The neutron support plane is right in front of you.
Our bombers are even closer to the target airspace now. They are to commence bombing once they arrive.
Still on my tail. Incoming missile confirmed. Increase ECCA power. There's no ordinary electronic support plane they have there. This is Snake Pit. There's only a few enemy planes left. Number 3, respond! Damn. I never thought they'd get into Simonovsky. Nice work, Talisman. Mounting safety off. Take all those locusts out. Let one move and your swarm will be back.
Our northern ground unit is now engaged.
This is Snake. All forces did a great job. I'll keep providing electronic support to this aircraft.
Our bombers have arrived at the target airspace. Commence bombing at enemy mission command. Enemy forces are starting to retreat. Don't let them get away.
Prepare to die, Stobies. This is where we separate the boys from the men.
It's a dance with the angels.
Get after the enemy. Don't let them slip out of sight.
They're not going anywhere. I've got a score to settle.
Mission command, Simon is awake. Repeat, Simon is awake. Enemy fire missile.
Garuda team, you're almost to Gracemeria. Put everything you've got into this. Hold on. An emergency wire just came in from mission command. You've been ordered to evacuate. Mission command has ordered an evacuation. All planes, cease fire immediately. I repeat, all planes cease fire immediately. You have been ordered to retreat.
What do you mean retreat? This is no time to screw around, Ghost Eye.
This is no joke. I'll say it again. Cease fire immediately. That's an order. Retreat from the airspace.
It seems they've made a mess of our forces. All planes, focus all fire on Garuda team. Others are northwards. It's on.
Garuda team, that's an order. Cease fire and withdraw from the airspace immediately.
You've got to be nuts! Our city's under attack here! You can't expect us to abandon our people!
I repeat, you have been ordered to cease fire by Mission Command. This mission has been aborted.
I'm putting an end to this war right here. My family has suffered for too long. This is it. Let's do this, Garuda 1.
All planes, we cannot fail this mission. Focus all attacks on Garuda Team.
Garuda Team, you are in violation of a direct order. Don't you see what's happening here? Comply with your order immediately.
Ghost Eye, what the hell do you know about losing a family member? I'll take whatever the hell action I see fit.
At last, Gracemeria is ours. Guard it with your lives.
This is your last warning. Cease fire now. I repeat, cease fire immediately.
If I can just kill off this unit, I can go home. Back to my family.
Shamrock, are you listening to me? You're in a lot of trouble here. Cease fire!
finally get back to Gracemeria.
You've made a huge mistake. There's no getting around a penalty for this.
According to intelligence from our Department of National Safety, Estovakia has a scorched earth policy in mind for Gracemeria. They plan to use weapons of mass destruction to completely and indiscriminately annihilate our capital city. If we keep advancing at this pace, the Estovakians are sure to destroy our capital. The Joint Chiefs of Staff have ordered us to temporarily halt the advance of all forces. This order is part of a high-level strategy. This temporary order of ceasefire was an unavoidable action for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. As Amerians, we cannot excuse this outrageous and inhuman threat posed by Estovakia. By continuing on with the mission, you have defied a direct order and will be suspended for it. You are forbidden from flying in battle starting from 1600 hours today, and all combat mission qualifications will be revoked. Any action beyond going to your own barracks from that time on will be strictly limited. I've lost a lot of respect for you after pulling this stunt. Return to your barracks and wait for further instructions. That is all.
With the smile of their golden king wiped away for good, and the ground war nearly upon us, the citizens here are losing faith. Through special intelligence, we confirmed the existence of the enemy ace pilot, Garuda-1. It seems he has fallen into some kind of predicament within his own ranks. His fiercest rival, Lieutenant Commander Pasternak, is naturally worried about the possibility of Garuda-1 losing his position. After lecturing Pasternak to hold on to his baggage, I feel like a damned hypocrite. Undergarments and trousers can be replaced, but I cannot afford to lose the contents of that briefcase. Street children have turned this rotting underground passage into a hideout. I guess that explains how they eluded security forces during the sweep. I've already seen the notification. Today, in this very area, the initial demolition for the Gracemeria fortification construction is to be carried out. The tremors have triggered an ancient trapdoor, unused for some 600 years. And now, we have lost our way out of here.
Garuda team, I've got some good news. The chemical agent used as a catalyst for their WMD is being transported to our shores from the Estovakian mainland. This catalyst has already been carried into the outskirts of Gracemeria. As a measure of caution against any attempts to destroy it, it has been concealed at Fort Norton in Gracemeria's north. If we start advancing again, the enemy will most likely bring the catalyst into Gracemeria at a faster pace. If in fact weapons of mass destruction are used on the population of Gracemeria, the resulting devastation can't be expressed in enough words. It will lead to unspeakable tragedies. We've used this intelligence to come up with a solid proposal on how to prevent this scorched earth policy from being executed in our capital. Just a minute ago, we received a letter of approval for our prevention plans from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The proposal we put on the table for our scorched earth prevention policy is really quite simple. While the enemy transport unit is stationed at Fort Norton, we'll ambush them. We'd like to call it our tactic for preemptive victory. The enemy has loaded this catalyst into their transport vehicles and is able to send them into Gracemeria at any time. This plan will be carried out by a handful of our top pilots under absolute secrecy. Fly through Fort Norton's canyon at an extremely low altitude to avoid radar detection and take out those transport vehicles. We've determined that a high-risk mission of this magnitude could not be executed by anyone other than Garuda Team. We're counting on a flawless execution here.
Talisman, how about are we ready to fly? Garuda Team, time to take off.
combat zone and get back to base. You'll have time to celebrate once you're back.
And you've got a party waiting for us, right? It'll be a nice change from all that lip service.
Enemy forces are still in the vicinity. Stay on alert until you get back. Enemy fighters incoming.
This is a manageable number.
Warning, enemy presence detected on radar.
Damn it! You've got to be kidding me!
More enemy forces spotted on radar. There's a ton of them. A whole battalion.
I guess I got my hopes up too soon. Oh well, let's get this over with.
Looks like you're gonna have to face the music. Eliminate those enemy planes.
There's a bandit tailing you. Break off! Careful now. The enemy has you on radar. Shamrock, Fox 3. Missile! Evade! Garuda 1, he's nipping at your tail. That damn alert won't shut up!
Talisman, Shamrock, just keep it up a little longer.
Nice kill, Talisman.
Give me a bullseye.
Missile missed its target. Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you! Oh, no you don't! Talisman, you have a bandit on your tail. Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
Garuda team, come in. I'm here for you. This is Avalanche. Garuda team, thought you could use some cover. This is Sky Kid to Garuda team. Looks like we're having your party right here. Heading over
Stop it here. Just figured I better pay you back before I gotta pay interest.
Back them up.
I'll be damned. Looks like we got an all-star cast lined up for this performance. Thanks.
All planes, pound the hell out of that battalion, and don't get shot up in the process.
Over-engaging. Avalanche engaging. This is an Angel's dance. Sky Kid engaging. If Garuda needs attack support, I'm there for him.
Enemy threat has been reduced to about 40%.
Let's fry these suckers.
Enemy forces are hanging on by a thread. Keep up the attacks.
I still owe you one.
All special weapons used.
Get him! Get right once more!
Garuda 2 launched missile.
Look out! Missiles closing in!
Nice kill. Almost in effective range. I've got lock on. I tagged one.
All enemy fighters have been destroyed. Well done.
Are we even now, Garuda?
Avalanche, I got that fighter off your tail. Looks like you still got a loan to pay off.
But don't forget about that second Typhoon I shot down from you. That ought to count for something. You
two have a lot to learn from Talisman. He never takes out loans up here.
Looks like you saved Ameria again, Garuda team. I don't know what we'd do without you guys.
All planes get back to base. Next up is Gracemeria.
Mission accomplished. The WMD catalyst has been destroyed, and we have evaded the scorched earth threat to Gracemeria. As a result, your suspension has been officially lifted, and from this point on, we will be dispatching you into various missions again. This war is almost over. All forces resume advancing. We're about to free Gracemeria once and for all.
Everyone, hurry! Back to your rooms!
We're huddled together in this cramped room. There is no way out for any of us. One boy is called Radio, aptly named considering he never parts with his own. He's spouting off code words used by the American fighter pilots as he takes on the role of a jet himself.
Hey, kid!
This child's family owned and operated a well-known restaurant in the city. His father was a talented chef, and his mother a humble young waitress. They were both killed, their restaurant destroyed, all because of our aerial assaults. She proudly sings a song that was sung by her nation's pilots. I had this image in my mind of street children being a symbol of strife and despair brought on by the horrors of war. Now that I've had a closer look, I'm beginning to see something quite different. These children are lonely, but full of pride for their nation's pilots, always with them in spirit. Even with my crippled leg, I feel as though I could dance the night away with an angel. These children were hiding their treasure, their golden king, protecting it at all costs, keeping it safe from us, the invaders.
Long road. Ludmilla and I came across an unusual tank. I seem to remember this man from somewhere. What is his tank doing out here away from all the action? I thought the front lines were a bit more to the west.
Why don't you ladies go on ahead? We've got to figure out some way to sneak this hunk of metal into town.
All right then. Good luck. Bank job, boys.
See ya. Best get out of here. Have a nice dance with the angels now.
My family's inside joke has become quite the buzzword. Even the captain uses it to say goodbye. But it feels strange to hear others say it. We're almost there. And then I saw something horrible. Gracemeria, or what's left of it, was transformed into a heavily armed fortress. Estovakian military intends to fight to the bitter end. She stares up at them, holding on to some sort of premonition.
I opened the briefcase that the children kindly returned to me. This mandate has been sealed for so long, but the time has come to break that seal. This is...
At last, our day has come. Initiate Operation Free Gracemeria. All forces, advance into the capital. Enemy forces have thoroughly besieged Gracemeria. I'm sure we'll be running into some heavy resistance. This is the last battle. Let's win this thing and go home.
Talisman, how about, are we ready to fly? Garuda team, time to take off.
All planes, commence with mission. We're gonna take back Gracemeria today.
Ghost Eye, if you want us to wait, now's the time to intervene.
I couldn't get your own mothers to stop you now. All planes, assume attack formation. Take them all.
Garuda 2, roger. Let's move.
Take back all runway. Garuda team, requesting support.
Fox 2.
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you.
Enemy tank has been destroyed.
Enemy tanks have reached the pre-range point. Artillery open fire.
Garuda 1, destroy enemy aircraft.
Shamrock's engaging.
Get him. Get right once more.
Fired.
There he is. Those tracks are our way into the tunnel. Once you're around the bar, cross Brink Street. That's the shortest way.
Watch out! They've got a lock on you from the ground.
The mission is going smoothly. Steel gunners have approached the runway.
Get ready for the back of the engine. We can talk you on this. Zero in on the enemy. If you miss, sorry you gotta cut it. I'm taking fire.
Enemy's got a SAM locked onto you.
Runway, oh,
Enemy tank destroyed.
Go get him.
Launching missile.
There! Incoming missile!
We have radar lock on.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you.
Enemy aircraft down.
Still gunners here. We're making steady progress. Just a little more to Gracemeria Air Force Base.
Steel gunners have moved in closer to the runway. This mission is going well.
has you on radar.
Enemy aircraft down. All enemy units have been destroyed. We've got our runway back.
Eliminate all enemy elements in the vicinity. We have recaptured Gracemeria Air Force Base.
Nice work, Steel Gunners. You earned this victory.
Continue mission. Some guys still need help out there.
There's been a large explosion. It's barrier D2. Class C has gone under.
There are enemy aircraft providing ESM. You'll be in a world of hurt if you let them go.
Red team, we're gonna need your support.
Talisman is locked on. Target hit. Missile was evaded.
I'm on my way. Firing you in your distance. Give away our air superiority. Get him. This is weird. I feel like there's something else out here besides the jammers.
Wait a minute. Enemy detected at high altitude.
Okay, fan out now. We know the drill. Avalanche to Garuna. They're jamming the hell out of our signals. Take them down for us.
Enemy jammers reduce our radar efficiency and also interfere with missile fire. Be cautious.
My radar is responding. It's not 100%, but it's getting better. We should be able to pull this off even without our jammers. Brink, it's a missile! Fox 2!
Garuda 1 scored a kill.
All enemy jammer aircraft have been destroyed. Radar response is back to 100%.
Now we're leaving. On second thought, we're ahead now. We're gonna take back the airports of Gracemeria with our capital building. We'll be needing your support, Garuda team.
The Estovakians are just outside the city. They're spread out into 3 areas close to the Capitol building.
I'd like to help out our tanks, but I got enemy fighters hot on my tail here. We'll be able to offer some cover if we can get rid of these guys.
Enemy down.
No! I've been hit! It looks like I call Garuda. Anyway. Sky Kid here. Roger. Deploy request, Roger. Entering combat airspace. Confirm my requested support. This is the Max, Garuda. I'll go to have your backs covered. Game's over.
This one's mine.
Enemy fighter destroyed. That's your 9th one. Keep it up.
They're after us. We need backup.
Careful now. The enemy has you on radar.
Dragon Busters have lost about 40% of their forces. They can't do this alone.
Initiate fire at 3 o'clock.
Missile missed its target.
We got company. Break formation. I took a hit. Mission accomplished. Looks like I owe you guys again, Garuda team.
Talisman, Shamrock, you guys are the greatest.
All personnel, abandoned ship. Repeat, all personnel abandoned ship. We're going under. This is Captain Ford of the Marigold. We're about to enter the bay and engage enemy ships. Requesting support.
The enemy's got troops on the bridge. Take care of them. You're doing great, Garuda team. Continue on with the mission.
Our tank's been bounded. We're sinking.
Watch out. The enemy has a lock on you. Missile strike confirmed.
to power.
The Stovies really messed up our city. Just look at this place.
We've recaptured the central station vicinity. I'd say it's about time to switch flags here.
Try not to hit the bridge, Talisman. It's the pride of our city.
Dragon Busters are down to their last forces. It's a mess down there, Garuda team.
We have recaptured the castle. I repeat, we have recaptured the castle. We've got explosives with severed wires here. It's below this graffiti. It says, "Don't dance with the angels." This area is whoever wrote this needs a lesson in penmanship.
Captain, we're about to capsize. Send out the evacuation order.
70% of the Estovakian fleet is now destroyed. The Marigold's operation is going well. 15th enemy ship has been destroyed. Out of special weapons. Talisman is locked on.
Behind you! Brink!
Damn, how many planes we got left? We just can't shoot these guys.
Enemy cruiser sunk.
Dragon Busters here. We're almost to the Capitol building.
You're doing a great job. Continue on with the mission and stay sharp.
Shamrock, roger that.
Garuda 1 out of special weapons.
Garuda 2 fired.
Enemy plane down.
All Marian troops confined to the recaptured facility. Looks like they turned this place into a prison camp. We've also taken another one and are on our way to release the prisoners.
This is Marigold. We passed through the bridge unharmed, advancing forward.
We have radar lock on.
All threats posed by enemy ships have been eliminated. Many thanks to Garuda team, the Marian Aces. Second flagship Marigold to all forces. We are moving into attack formation to provide support.
We go straight along. We go straight along the track towards central Gracemeria, then hang a right at the third switch point. Right? Spare me the commentary. I'm doing the driving here. Anyway, there's a little tunnel up ahead where they keep building supplies. There's a dummy wall at the end of it with the tunnel we dug on the other side. The tunnel ends up about 1.5 feet from the central bank.
Forgive me, Ludmilla. I failed to bring you happiness.
Strigan 12, bearing 250. All instruments check out. Let us begin. Gentlemen, I do not believe a lady on Earth would be able to resist us now. All pilots listen carefully. Change your courses to 90 and leave the battle zone. Avoid engagement and fly as far as your fuel allows. I will handle the Garuda team. What? You can't be serious! Your deaths will achieve nothing. You must live to ensure the future of our nation. Besides, Half the female population is waiting for your return.
But wait! I will not allow this! Wait!
I am shutting down communications. Stricken team, break formation!
Enemy forces throughout Gracemeria have been eliminated. Mission accomplished. We've got our capital back.
We finally did it. We've got our city back.
Are you getting it? Not over yet.
Who is this?
The real war has just begun.
Who the hell is this? What are you talking about?
Corrupt governments and foreign lands are no longer worth fighting to protect. There's only one thing worth protecting now.
Unknown aircraft approaching fast. This may be an attack.
And that's the future.
Talisman is locked on.
I got lock on. Fire.
It's a fighter. A fast one. Missiles approaching at high speed. Multiple missiles approaching. Evade.
I can't evade them.
Fox 2. Careful now, they're tracking you on radar. Garuda 1, ESM is active. Keep an eye on your 6 o'clock.
I have it. Oh, don't you jump.
Watch out, the enemy has a lock on you. Launching missile. In gun range. Careful now, they're tracking you on radar.
Lock on.
Missiles approaching! They're coming fast again! Fox 3.
Shamrock. Fox 3.
Careful now, they're tracking you on radar.
I missed.
Target hit. Garuda 1, ESM is active. Garuda 1 destroyed the target. Watch out, the enemy has a lock on you.
Enemy dead ahead. Lock on. Garuda 1, missile evaded.
Talisman is locked on. Careful now, they're tracking you on radar. Garuda 1's plane is damaged.
Bullseye. I've got lock on.
Keep an eye on your 6 o'clock. It's coming fast!
What is it?
Connecting ESM for Garuda 1.
Shamrock. Fox
destroyed. It's all over. The war is over.
Talisman!
All threats have been eliminated. Our people are rising up.
They've opened up the gate to our city. We've got the Garuda team to thank for this. If I had a bottle of champagne right now, I'd crack it open and celebrate with you guys, Garuda team. We took her back! We did it! Ameria, it's finally ours again. Home sweet home. Well, Talisman, it's been some journey. That's our finish line right down there, boys. My house. I think you'll like my wife's quiche. And don't forget a bouquet for my daughter.
Gracemeria is finally free. The occupying Estovakian forces have been wiped out. Great execution of this mission has handed us a clear overall victory in the war. We're still taking light resistance in a few limited areas, but it's only a matter of time before we have complete control of the capital. Our officials should start drawing up a ceasefire agreement, as they've made preparations for a meeting with the Estovakian leaders. Good job. You two are a part of history now. Your actions will be remembered for generations to come.
All right! The vault is on the other side of those crosshairs.
Hobbs bomb, take aim!
Screw this war! We're gonna live like kings!
And fire!
I knew Donnie wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but I never imagined he was this stupid. For all we know, this tunnel could be off by a damn mile. But it doesn't even matter. We've got a mountain of genuine treasure right here in front of us.
So, now what?
Now what, he says. If my calculations are correct, I'd say it's too big to put in our damn pockets.
I was picturing the city to be a darker, more depressing place, but nothing like this. People look cheerful. Some are even smiling. It was all about to make perfect sense.
Testing 1, 2. The war is over. I repeat, the war is over.
The people are learning to smile again. Matilda. Matilda!
Mommy! Mommy!
And finally, I was reunited with my daughter. My angel.
Mom, dance with me.
Gracemeria is free, and citizens are back on the streets, enjoying the freedoms they've been denied for so long. Sorry to make this request after all you've done, but I'd like you two to patrol the outskirts of the capital. Although military threats have been dealt with, and we're in the process of a ceasefire agreement, this thing isn't quite over yet. Enjoy a view of the fireworks from above. It may not be enough to pay for your service, but it's the best seat in the house. After this mission, I want both of you to take 2 weeks off. Go home and relax with your families.
Garuda team, time to take off.
Takeoff permission granted. Savor that beautiful night sky.
Stand by over the castle. Wait for Garuda 2's takeoff.
Garuda 2, takeoff permission has been granted. Take to the skies.
Garuda 2. Roger.
Have you reunited with your loved ones yet? Listen up, military bigwigs. Let your subordinates go home early tonight.
Sorry I'm late.
Garuda team, continue patrolling the skies over Gracemeria, and keep an eye on your radars.
It's been some time since we've been able to fly in peace and quiet. This is Avalanche. Gracemeria may be free now, but we sure aren't. Man, am I thirsty.
Garuda team, your next duty is to fly over the capital.
What an awesome view. Only war pilots like us get to see fireworks in the night sky from this angle. No sign of the enemy on radar. Mind if I drop my altitude a bit? Can't see the fireworks up here.
Get your head out of the clouds and focus on the mission. We're still at war here.
Right. Roger that.
Garuda team, head to Southeast Residential. I'm about to send you an objective point on radar.
I've got a wiring from control. Since anyone without plans after the mission is to meet up in the briefing room. Count me out. He can't be serious. Leave it to the pencil pushers to ruin all our fun. There's also a PS here. He wants to know if Pumpkin Pie will be for desertion. Maybe he's not so bad after all.
Garuda team, head for the southern part of New Gracemeria.
This is Sky Kid. I'd just like to say, mission accomplished.
Hey, Fred! Your wife says come straight home. Don't go out and get hammered tonight.
I know it's old news, but I'd just like saying it. Gracemeria is ours once more. You can say that again.
Garuda team, get to the King's Bridge.
How about I fly between the buildings and give them all a nice little air show?
Bad idea. No one wants to watch you stinking up the sky, Avalanche.
If you want to goof off, save it for the ground. A wild jet will only get people on edge down there.
Still can't take a joke, I see. Let's go out for a cold one after the mission, Shamrock.
Garuda 1 and 2, get to the castle.
There's a couple arguing at the foot of the King's Bridge. Somebody intercede.
This one goes out to Dominic, serving with the tank battalion. Maria has a little message for you.
pass over the castle. Your patrol mission's over now. Nice work. Stand by until granted permission to land.
Talisman, think you can go out with Avalanche instead of me? I hope you don't mind. I need to be alone tonight. My wife and daughter are both dead. It's just been confirmed. I saved my country, but I lost my family. What kind of an ace can't even protect his own family? Monica and Jessica. How could I let this happen? Once this mission's over, I'm turning in my wings. I've had it. I have no more reason to fly.
An unknown is moving in fast from the northeast. Is that a fighter? At this stage?
I've confirmed an unknown on radar. That's no fighter, it's traveling too fast.
What's going on?
An unknown is coming in from the northeast. All planes assume combat formation. The unknown just jumped off radar. Hold on. Multiple objects are traveling on the same coordinates. I think these are...
I've got a visual. Those are missiles. Ghost Eye, we've got cruise missiles.
All planes, intercept those cruise missiles. Keep our city safe.
Shift to emergency combat stance. Hurry!
Garuda 1 destroyed the target. Second wave of unknowns incoming.
What are those stowaways trying to do now?
Unknown destroyed, but we've got a whole lot more on the same coordinates. They just won't quit.
It's a cruise missile. Shoot it down. Radar check. Someone coming in as reinforcements. Don't these guys ever give up? We're back for you, Anea.
What the hell is with these guys? Haven't we seen enough death?
This one's mine.
Lock on!
Third wave of unknowns incoming. They're morphing into cruise missiles. Intercept!
I'm sending all of you straight to hell!
This is Air Defense Command. We are unable to protect all areas from cruise missile attacks.
Spread out! Cruise missiles incoming!
Another one just broke apart. There's no end to these things.
Fourth wave of unknowns incoming!
They're still coming? I'll shoot them down before they separate. Enemy attack planes approaching! We've got our hands full with these cruise missiles! Back up!
Our ground unit's taking stealth fighter attacks. Can anyone out there provide support?
I'll head over there. Just watch me hold those suckers back.
It just split! Cruise missiles incoming!
I can't catch them all. They're too damn fast.
Fifth wave of unknowns incoming. Spread out! Cruise missiles incoming!
I've got a stealth fighter on my tail. I can't focus on cruise missiles.
Garuda 1 destroyed the target.
We're on target. Roger. Heading over.
Target down.
Enemy plane acquired.
Everyone, proceed to the shelter in a quick and orderly fashion.
How long is this gonna keep up?
I can identify each launch position by following the trajectories. Command, give me the velocity during each terminal phase.
They firing at me?
Shamrock, Fox 2.
Roger. Heading over to provide backup. Okay. I'm here to back up. Roger. Okay, provide launch site. Safety to all planes. More enemy reinforcements are coming in. Check the area.
Now don't you worry, listeners. We have angels in our American skies. I'm staying on the air for you folks. Hey, play something with some spirit.
Command Center, do you read me? Let the police handle the evacuation. You focus on those missiles.
Don't give up! Everyone, give it everything you got!
Talisman,
Target 045. Damn, it missed.
Lock on!
Seventh wave of unknowns incoming.
Fox 2.
Launch missile.
Spread out, cruise missiles incoming.
Okay, Roger. I'm heading over to provide backup. I'm heading over to provide backup.
Garuda 1 destroyed the target. Enemy shells have come to a halt. Looks like we outgunned them. This is Ghost Eye. I've identified the launch position. They're coming from offshore in the north. From the ocean.
Talisman. An angel doesn't turn in his wings until after his last dance, right?
Analysis results have confirmed the enemy cruise missile was launched at us from a point just north of Slovakia. We've suffered some damage as a result of the missile impact, but there are no signs of any re-invasion attempts from enemy units. Damage suffered near the capital was minimal. The cruise missile launched at this time has a different structure than those used against Amarian attacks. We have a division running tests on it as we speak. Stand by for your next order to engage.
The red alert has been called off. I repeat, the red alert has been called off.
The air raid suddenly eased up, like a passing shower. Having hidden in there, with our heads covered for so long, we were finally free. One man didn't come out.
He's nice, Mom. But when he looked at his computer, he just kind of stopped talking.
Computer?
Inside that briefcase.
We recovered this photo from a body in the remains of a fighter jet. I should have realized it earlier, that she was the daughter of the pilot we found. You have to leave now. Get as far away from here as you can.
But why? We finally regained control of our city.
They're coming from the sky. There is a plan of operations designed to destroy everything in the city and all the people in it. I read the order myself.
What do you mean? Isn't there something we can do?
I don't want any more harm to come to this city and its people, but at the same time, as a soldier of Slovakia, there are certain obligations I must meet. It is my duty, and I am loyal to my country. This is all I can tell you.
Mr. Wojciech.
Yes, I am Wojciech. But that...
Lieutenant Tosha Michsek is a man who is very dear to me. I was invited to a ceremony at the base 2 years ago, and remember seeing you there. You were his teacher, weren't you?
Yes.
And it is true that you are no longer flying.
Correct.
So then, you must have come here on ground duty. And now, you've grown close to those children. I was foolish. I carelessly crossed over to this side of the border, and I was fortunate enough to meet Melissa on the way. We have grown to be very close. Yes. If I had not been driving through the wide open plains here in your country, we would have never crossed paths. You've lost your wings, but you've gained the land in return. Now you can see the sky as these people do, the people living here on this land. Wojciech, are you really going to sit here and let the sky fall down on these people?
This is the weapon that's moving towards the city as we speak. Since it was built in haste, parts of it are still incomplete. Its vulnerable points are described in this data. I need you to get this information to the pilots in the air somehow.
That's right, boys and girls. Our pilots just dipped their wings for us out there, and it is a beautiful sight. Those are my heroes, dancing with angels.
I'll be relaying orders to you. We have received preliminary results from the tests regarding the recent missile attack. We've spotted a potential launch area for that second cruise missile shot at Gracemeria. It most likely came from a facility in the northern sea of Estovakia, somewhere in the vicinity of San Island. About 15 years ago, the Ulysses collision brought about a state of misery and fear unprecedented in modern history. Nations worldwide took their own measures on how to deal with the impending crisis posed by meteors if they were to hit the Earth. The Estovakians had developed a giant railgun for the purpose of intercepting those meteors. But for some reason, they stopped short of bringing it to fruition, and soon after, meteors had fallen on many nations, Estovakia among them. There is not much intelligence available concerning this giant railgun, and nothing of it has been made public since the prototype. Some from the Amerian Ministry of Science and Technology were concerned about the potential dangers of the meteor interception system used as a weapon of war. As crisis loomed, the nations banded together and decided to prohibit any further development of the meteor interception system. Although the technology was being developed for peaceful purposes, the potential for evil was far too great a risk to take. Ameria cannot be at peace until the threat of cruise missiles has been completely eliminated. You've been assigned to investigate an area just north of San Island. Destroy any cruise missiles found and their facilities. If you happen to encounter any threatening objects, move into attack formation immediately. Blow the hell out of all targets. It's time to put an end to this tragic period in our history, which has emerged as a result of the Ulysses incident.
Talisman, which plane should I pick? How about my weaponry? Are we ready to fly with these planes? Garuda team, time to take off.
It's like a mirror. Like it's giving us a good look into the Estovakian soul.
Can you hear me? I'd like to say hello. Hello to all American Air Force pilots in the northern sky.
Whose voice is that?
I'm just a civilian. My name's Melissa Herman.
I think it's coming from Gracemeria's radio station. Hey, we're in a war zone here!
I don't know a whole lot about war, but there's something I need to tell you.
This airband is reserved for wartime defense purposes.
Please, pilots, listen to my mom. She has something important to say.
We might as well hear what she has to say.
Please, trust me on this. The Estovakian military has that battery, and it can't be destroyed.
She might be trying to disrupt our plans. I better contact Gracemeria base.
Wait! Let's hear her out first.
But that's when its construction was completed.
We cover to optimum cooling. We can resume with launching. Roger. Resume attacks immediately. All straight team members assemble for takeoff. For the glory of our country.
Warning, enemy forces incoming!
Can you hear me? The battery's weak points are its cooling units. If you can destroy those, it'll heat up and collapse on its own.
Not only that, even if they get those heat thingies, there's also a backup. They have to get that, too.
Do you two have any proof of this?
We're trying to get you the data. The radio station's crew is sending it now.
Data received. Hold on here. Ma'am, how did you get a hold of this?
I got it from a flight instructor in the Slovakian Air Force. His name is Lieutenant Colonel Wojciech.
Garuda 2 to Ghost Eye. Send me a copy of that.
Roger. All planes. I'm sending you data concerning the enemy's weapon capabilities.
Got it! Whoa. Let's go, Garuda 1. It's time to finish this.
Please be careful, everyone.
All planes, let's move out!
Garuda 2, roger!
Wind cover here. Roger that. Avalanche here. Roger that. Initiating scatter here. Roger that.
For launch. Initiating loading.
Cruise missile! They've just initiated the launch sequence!
Those huge missiles are being carried through a gunner into the gun barrel. So this is what they use to try and blast that meteor.
There's a defensive barrier covering the target. The thing's not gonna budge under a few attacks.
Skykeep here. Over here. Requesting Roger. Heading over to Roger. Heading over to provide backup. Okay, I have a visual on Skykeep here. Roger that. Heading over to backup on the team. Providing backup. South of spotted. Commencing backup.
BP-100 is normal. We have a more accurate presence for them.
Watch out! The enemy has a lock on you!
The Soros is fully loaded and ready to launch. Soros launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch! Preparing Soros for launch. Initiating loading.
Launch of enemy cruise missile confirmed. It's headed straight for Gracemeria. Cruise missile! They've just initiated the launch sequence.
Commence support roll.
Commencing support. I'm breaking off, boys.
Giacomo, he's so trying to get back over. He's working on his mission. Fight is what keeps me alive. Target confirmed. Commencing support. Commencing support. Garuda 1 confirmed. Initiating support.
Garuda 1 launched missile. Target data confirmed. There's one left. Repeat, only one remaining.
The Soros is fully loaded and ready to launch. Soros launch in 5, 4, 3, 2,
initiated the launch sequence.
Is that it?
That monster's got a backup unit, an extra cooling unit.
The little girl was right. That thing still isn't dead.
Thermoscan data confirmed. I don't believe this.
Scan data received. This is where his backup cooling unit is? The backup cooling unit's inside the battery. We can't destroy this. We can't even get close enough with that artillery on our butts.
Leave this to me. I'll move in for a closer look.
Don't be stupid, Shamrock. You'll be full of holes before you can get close.
This is Garuda 2. I'm going in alone at low altitude.
Garuda 2, that's too dangerous.
I know it's dangerous, but it's time for me to dance with the angels.
Almost there. Just a little further. Gotcha! Did you get the data?
Data confirmed. Now pull up, Garuda 2.
I'm losing thrust. But maybe I won't need it. Let's see what these angel wings can do. Shamrock, you're off radar.
Shamrock! Respond! Marcus! Marcus!
Shamrock is down.
All planes, get in there and save him! Shamrock is alive! He's gotta be alive!
Ghost Eye, take it easy. The backup cooling unit's inside the battery. Take a look at the bottom. We're moving to dive down into the battery. I'm gonna take out that backup cooling unit.
Preparing startup for launch. Initiating loadout.
morning light. Living this day to the fullest is the highest tribute we can offer to their memory. Now come on, let's get back home.
Sickness and in health, to love and to cherish.
There was a wedding that took place in the field of the prison camp.
I do.
And I was honored to be the best man. Tosha and Ludmila are truly a match made in heaven. Tosha flew as wingman for Lieutenant Commander Pasternak. In battle, Pasternak took the brunt of the battle alone and left Tosha to live another day. We are not cowards for doing this. Surviving is nothing to be ashamed of. I stand here as the grass sways peacefully in the wind. I'm all the more convinced we made the right choice. A coup d'etat led to the overthrow of the generals, and the military regime was brought to an end. A ceasefire agreement is to be arranged between our two nations next week. We can finally return to our homeland.
I never thought in a million years I'd be one of the guys to lose his wings. Guess I'll just have to stick it out in this wheelchair until I heal up. Then I've got rehab to worry about. A real pain is what they tell me. But I'm actually feeling pretty good about this. If only my wife and daughter could have joined me to enjoy this. That's the only other thing I could have asked for. The Golden King is shining bright up on a tank in the plaza. His smile brings a sense of happiness to everyone. And now, I'm off to meet the mother and daughter behind those unforgettable voices from the radio. They're all smiles here, a whole legion of angels. Makes me feel like I've got my wings back. Talisman. This is it. This is what we've been fighting for.